Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Control. So in the first episode we had, we found this magic gun. We shot, that the previous director shot himself in the head with. Then theoretically maybe we did some Russian roulette on ourselves and we won. We've got these floating bodies that are around that we can shoot with this gun, and we've got some more military personnel around. We're in the oldest house. It seems like if we bump anything half the time we will knock over a lot of stuff. So here you can clearly see you can get really close to these floating bodies. So the only reason I'm shooting them is because I assume there's a reason to do that. There's central executive that way, which might be where we're supposed to be going. We pick up health from a really far distance. Okay, you don't get health from the vending machines. Yeah, we won the Russian roulette thing, and why did that turn into many pages of paper? Like, see, that makes sense that a bunch of pieces of paper would shoot up in the air. A single poster, not so much. So what I think is a multi-dimensional group called the Board made us the new director, and it magically changed the building, so all the pictures have me now in the photo frames as the director in some kind of outfit that I am not wearing right now. With even a Federal Bureau of Control pin on, which one assumes I've never worn. It seems like, unless this multi-dimensional pyramid called the Board knew that I was going to be immune from being mentally attacked, for lack of a better term, as soon as I walked out of the director's office, it seems like they pretty much would have lost the game right then and there. All these bathrooms seem to be exactly designed the same way. Nothing with the defibrillator. That is weird. A lot of copy and pasting going on here.
Reminder. If you experience an unanticipated building shift, follow these simple steps. 1. Search the room for any altered items or objects of power. 2. Carry the altered item or object of power to the nearest safe room. 3. Wait for Bureau staff to find you and the object. If there are no altered items or objects of power in the vicinity, then reach your supervisor via the nearest intercom and await further instructions. Thank you for your attention.
Now, intercoms, are they through these telephone systems or are they through the phones on the wall? Looked like there was somebody running back behind there. Maybe there was. There is, I think, something to be said about the copying and pasting that's going on here. And one of my major fears about having RTX technology and ray tracing technology in particular as the next big thing is often you will see the next big thing happen in the video game world and then people will just not be interested in it. So this is a shelter. So AWE is altered world events. What is this? We got some kind of material, so we are going to get collectibles. But we can't open the emergency supply. So the shelter is designed for long-term bunkering, I suppose. I don't know if this is going to act as some kind of save spot. It did seem like the game saved by doing that. She's just hitting it, which is a standard thing that has never been addressed or fixed in video games. It's just a 3D model designed to hit a general spot instead of actually pressing buttons like a normal person. And frankly, if they are going to animate that you're just hitting a panel, then the panel should just be one big button. Yeah, I'm gonna leave these guys alone. Yep.
The hissing sound that tried to invade me earlier. The hiss. Burrowing into everything in this place. Is the hiss your enemy? Alright, it's our enemy.
So she has some kind of...
That babble's contagious. It burrows in like an infuriating melody that makes you hum it over and over.
Yeah, I don't even know if I want to bother to read any of that stuff. This game is moving slow, and we're seeing a lot of repeated stuff. This looks like the pyramid, the board. A lot of just things that you would call like asset flips if this were a cheaper game. So that's probably an example of copyrighted music that's playing right there. So if I was to hit options here and then come over to audio and then click mute copyright music. Yep. It's just flickering on. Why a game developer would put in music that then they immediately think would get content ID'd on YouTube or some other service is beyond me. Does this get any quieter if we start shooting people? Seems like it kind of does. But you don't get any health, or it seems like any experience or anything from that. It seems like they stop for a second when you shoot somebody, but that's it. Most YouTubers, most content creators, and most copyright people would say that the game as a whole has the same level of fair use content argument against it as anything else, which is to say copyright holders have started to do this quite a lot, where they're saying, well, we own the 5-second jingle in your alright, so that started a fight. Like, they're trying to claim they own the 5 seconds of music in a 20-hour video game. Alright, I died. That I'm a little surprised by that. And even YouTube has gotten down to the point where they're saying, like, we're not going to let you claim the ad revenue of an entire, like, potentially 5-hour stream because 5 seconds of music was incidentally played.
Tried to invade me earlier. The hiss burrowing into everything in this place.
So I guess maybe
your enemy?
you should.
Enemy. That babble's contagious. It burrows in like an infuriating melody that makes you hum it over and over.
Yeah, and playing music doesn't seem like it stops the effects at all. I think Remedy is particularly bad about soundtrack casting, putting in music just because they like music without it playing a significant role in the game. Things playing on the radio, not necessary. But I think that's also a fair art expectation too, or expression. Because if Remedy licenses the music, and I've been given this game in this instance by purchasing a video card, so I have rights to the thing. Now there is a way to crouch down, but I don't think it's told me how to do that. And melee is pretty useless right now. So am I supposed to just jump over? What am I doing wrong here? So we went through an hour of gameplay with like nothing happening, and now we're getting our butts handed to us. And I'm glad we went into the save spot, but
The hissing sound that tried to invade me earlier.
yeah.
The hiss.
Interesting.
Burrowing into everything in this place.
Looking at the map,
Is the
we
hiss
can.
your enemy?
We're like
All right.
halfway.
It's our enemy.
Halfway through the entire
That
first
babble's
floor.
contagious. It burrows in like an infuriating melody that makes you hum it over and over.
Like, this guy is. Like, where is he? So there's like a fire guy. Are we close to being done?
Must cleanse control point. An enemy. Corrupt. Spreading them.
So here's Trench telling us to
The
cleanse.
control point. What does that mean? Help me fix it.
Again, our special magical friend is helping us return the building back to the way it was.
Holy shit! You did it! We did it!
Hello? Can you hear me?
Where are you?
Are you with us? With the Bureau?
Is
Are you
this
still sane?
where we're supposed to be talking to people?
can't tell you how happy I am to talk to somebody sane.
The feeling's mutual. Yeah, I'm Pope. Emily Pope. Dr. Darling's assistant.
My turn. Should I lie? Jesse Faden. I'm just visiting. I should have lied.
Oh, shit. You're the new director. Hold on. We're coming out.
Still seeing cutscene differences in the animation. Like there's
Director
definitely some live
Faden.
action,
Call me Jesse.
live
Okay,
action
Jesse.
cutscenes, and then there's
I'm
some
Emily.
not as good as I'd like to
Somehow,
see
this hostile
3D
force,
modeling
this
animations.
Hiss?
That works. Somehow the hiss managed to infiltrate the building without any warning.
And just like that, my name for it is official. The hiss. Like the sound of poison gas leaking in.
We're in full lockdown. It seems to have spread everywhere and to everyone not protected by an HRA. And, extraordinarily, you. You are the director, and that makes you special by definition. Trench is no longer the director, obviously. I'm sorry, I'm talking too much. This whole
What's an
situation is
HRA?
just a lot.
Trench is dead. Shot.
Ah,
I found his body. And the gun. Do I tell her it looked like a suicide?
the service weapon.
Also, and this can sound crazy, but he keeps appearing to me, saying things. It's hard to make out, but he told me to cleanse the control point, push the hiss out. The whole room shifted around.
You did that? And you entered the building when it was already in the lockdown before you became the new director? How?
I'm not ready to tell her about you yet. A janitor let me in.
I love it. This is fucking unbelievable. I can't
Wow.
even...
The facial motions
Look,
don't
Jesse,
really match
I have
this
a
voice
million
actor.
questions, and you probably have a million more.
Like, do you know my brother Dylan? Not yet.
But there's something I need to ask you to do first. If you can cleanse a control point, then you can maybe cure those infected or possessed by the hiss. Because if that's possible, our options are very different.
Emily Pope. I don't know her, but I like her already. She's the opposite of the faceless agency I've blamed for what happened to me for so long. But I can't trust her yet.
So much here
Or rather,
that
the
feels
duo
like
she's a part of.
this
Yes.
could have been a movie,
I can try.
a CGI movie versus a
I'm
video
speaking for you,
game.
of course. We can try it together.
Like, feels like there
Okay.
should be more
with
gameplay
me?
before we have.
We did it before. Push the hiss out.
So, alright, let's kind of quickly go in here and just collect items. And I'm just going to pick up these items and not read them. So, the question is, what are these devices, these HREs? And almost certainly, what would happen? Let's see. These points seem to just be lines in the center. Where here we go. So we're gonna try and push it out. So another cutscene.
It didn't work. The hiss has burrowed too deep. Ripping it out rips them apart.
So yeah, they're just telling you immediately in the game that
We need to make
that
a plan,
won't
Jesse.
work. And okay, fine, it won't work. Let's kind of quickly go over here. See, We've got some materials we're collecting. Is there anything here worth reading? I guess pause now if you want to read this about the service material, service weapon. Pause now if you want to read about that. Pause now if you want to read about that. Pause now if you want to read that. Pause now if you want to look at that picture. That's a clearly live action photo. Pause now if you want to read that. Pause now if you want to read that. Just a ton of stuff here. Yeah, pause now if you want to read that. Or that. Or that. Or that. And we'll go through several instances of this. And we already listened to the building shifts. So there's nothing to that part. And I guess the red light here indicates whether it's locked or unlocked. So, by the way, our gun is missing after that animation. It's weird, to say the least. Also, we can, I guess, change our outfit. I suspect I got, just because of this being a game that came with my new video card, I got a new outfit. Does she look any better in the tactical response outfit? Maybe a little bit, but not much. I mean, we'll try it, I suppose. And as far as fast travel goes, I imagine we'll have a few fast travel points we unlock as we get more into the game. But it certainly is taking its sweet time to get to that point. The thing with the ponytail now is she just looks more tactical and less professional for the person who's the director. My gun has been completely disarmed at this point. I can't. I'm a little bit afraid that we've actually glitched the game out. I feel like there should have been a visual movement that would happen where she would look kind of unprofessional to start with. Like the thing you could have her is she could be in a like t-shirt and jeans to start the game and look like a punk, and slowly over the course of the game she takes like the director's coat and she looks like more of a professional at that point, and throughout the entire story you see her become the actual director and turn into a very much paper pusher type character.
I can't cleanse them. I saw. It was worth a shot. Thank you, director. Jesse.
I'm gonna tell her why I'm here. I'll risk it.
Just have a whole
Listen.
conversation.
The Bureau was involved in an incident.
I really
in my
hate
hometown,
this
Ordinary,
internal dialogue
17
stuff.
years ago. The
It's
Bureau
unnecessary.
came in and covered the whole thing up. I've been looking for this place for a long time.
That's enough. Maybe that's too much already. I can't tell her about Dylan and the rest yet.
I've seen mentions of an Altered World event case dealing with Ordinary. You were at Ground Zero as a child? It was one of the big ones, and before my time. And very classified. I can try to dig out some old files for you. My boss, Casper Darling, would know, but he's missing. I think he knew this was coming, or suspected. He came up with the HRAs, the Hadron Resonance Amplifiers. I think they're what saved us. Or a few of us. And Director Trench would know.
Trench. The ghost, or whatever he is. He mentioned something called the hotline. Said I should find it.
It'll be interesting to see
It's
the
another
live
object of
action
power, like the gun,
cutscenes
an old Bakelite telephone,
with this new
a
skin.
direct line of communication between the director and the board. Maybe he can talk to you more clearly through that. I mean, Trench has years and years of experience. He might know how to destroy the hiss.
I was wondering
Where is the hotline?
if he was perhaps just the director for a week or so.
Access it even with the lockdown in place.
Because it seems like directors could come and go
Okay.
for as
That's my next stop.
little as the
That's Tomasi's department.
old
He's
house
the
would
head
care.
of communications. I don't think he had an HRA. He kind of made a point about not wearing one earlier. Keep an eye out.
Yeah, almost
call me the
certainly the live
director.
action
That's not
videos
me.
will
I'm not a director
not
type.
look like the
Not a
new
leader.
skin.
Why am I here? I think you already know. Yes, I came for my brother, but there are other reasons too. I said I was looking for answers, but I might never understand them. I'm not looking for proof. This is already it. More than enough. No matter what they told me all those years, I know it's real now. I didn't imagine this. I want to be a part of this world. What scares me shitless is that I finally found it. Only to see the hiss destroy it all.
Yeah, we're definitely getting a feeling of every 40 minutes or so it starts a new episode. It is worth mentioning that Remedy is the developers of the Quantum Break game before this, and that was a game that very specifically tried to have a little bit of gameplay affect a
Look, I know this is all new to you, so
affect
don't hesitate
kind of
to
a
ask me anything you
TV
wanna know.
experience.
There are no stupid questions. The door to the comms department is just outside the boardroom back in the lobby. They should have gotten it open by now. Follow the signs to the mailroom. You can get to the hotline containment chamber through there. Good luck, Jesse. See you back here once you have the hotline.
So you're
Thanks,
just gonna
Emily.
pick up the hotline and carry it?
The hotline should be in the communications department.
So now we can ask some questions, I guess, if we want to.
Where did the hiss come from?
I'm not sure. You said the hiss was
The
here when
game.
you entered. Did you see anything like that outside before you came in?
No. No, just inside.
The source is internal then. See, the oldest house is a sprawling complex with openings to other places as well. I don't even know where to start looking. But in the context, it's good news. The lockdown holds. The hiss escaping the building would be the end. Pretty shitty world out there if you ask me, but I wouldn't want the hiss to destroy it.
With you on that, Emily.
So we could go through all of these. I guess we should.
You mentioned the oldest house. What is it?
This building, the Bureau headquarters, the oldest house, is a shifting place. You've seen it. It transcends its physical limits.
I've been to New York a few times. How didn't I notice this place?
It's an attribute of the building. This is a place of power. The oldest house doesn't like attention, so unless you're purposely trying to find it, you don't, which is perfect for us. The work we do here is essential, but unstable. The Bureau prefers not to be noticed. And we need strong walls to make sure nothing gets out.
So without you, I never would have found the front door. Okay.
So it is, I guess, no, it's not really running a line through things you've already talked about. You just have perhaps slightly brighter by a few shades for lines of dialogue you've already communicated versus lines of dialogue you haven't communicated.
This Trench guy. I keep hearing him in my head. Is he a ghost? Haunting me?
I doubt we're talking about a ghost in the traditional sense, but an echo maybe. See, if he was killed by the service weapon, your gun, maybe it's his final thoughts recorded by the bullet in his brain, like a deep space probe sending back data. But that's just a hypothesis on my part. I need the gun to research it. But you better hold on to that given the circumstances.
I think I will. Yeah.
So 2 more.
Can you tell me
instead
what an
of actually
object of
playing the
power
game.
is exactly? This is all, well, new to me.
Don't worry, I love going over the basics. So objects of power are mundane objects that house paranatural energies and have developed a link to the astral plane and can thus be controlled.
Her
which is what
lips
differentiates
are
them
not
from
moving
altered
anywhere
items, which are still
close
housings of paranatural
to
forces, but are more
what
volatile
she's saying.
and cannot be bound in the peri-utilitarian sense. Got it?
Did she memorize this? Got it. Thanks.
So is she... Are they perhaps speaking French? Is Remedy a French company? That might explain the brutalist architecture and the lack of lip sync, but I suspect it's just a lack of polish. I'm fairly certain Microsoft owns Remedy, but that doesn't mean that they're out of Redmond, Washington, where Microsoft is housed.
So HRA stop you from becoming
So I
his.
guess we should see
It
other
seems
people's
that way.
lips
I mean, I hadn't
movement.
even heard of an HRA until a few weeks ago when Dr. Darling started handing them out. Well, I began analyzing mine as soon as I got it. I mean, each one seems to emit a powerful short-range frequency.
Her
way
lips
beyond
are
anything
moving
I've
at
ever
the
seen.
same...
Doesn't the timing
same
seem
movement.
suspicious?
I thought that
But
too.
her facial
Dr. Darling
movements
usually likes to unveil his
don't
latest
feel like
breakthrough
they
in
would
big
make the same
presentations.
sounds that are
But
coming
these,
out.
He just passed them out. Yeah, his behavior makes me wonder what exactly he knew.
Thanks, Emily. I'm sure I'll have more questions soon.
Just let me know.
So yeah, that seems weird, to say the least. Again, our gun is not available to us. Apparently these are all the directors, and they've all been men up until this point, although there's an African American man, so that says something. And apparently they're planning on only having a few more directors, or having a few more directors very quickly. Or maybe these aren't directors and these are like members of the board, but not the multidimensional board, or maybe they are members of the multidimensional board. Do these clocks say the same time? Nope. They don't seem like they do. Well, maybe they do. 4:05, 4:05. It seems weirder that you'd have 3 clocks on the wall. Yeah. Again, a lot of cut and paste I'm seeing visually here with this brutalist architecture design. It feels like it's been made to be more of an excuse for a lack of level design than a actual reason to justify. We can see we're supposed to go that way, and I don't really have a desire to run around the entire game looking for collectible things. That's Executive Affairs and Director's Office, which is where we came from. We just came out of the boardroom, so this is the direction to go to. Cafeteria, Nostalgia Department, Communications Department, Dead Letters. And then magically our gun all of a
There
sudden...
it is again. Our welcome message.
So it just disappears when you walk through here, and it reappears when you walk through here. Almost as if you just feel safe. Alright, we apparently now have a weapon mod that we can equip, which will increase a semi-automatic fire that is deadly at short and long range. Exclusive to shifter. Well, what gun do we have? Apparently we can't use it, so we need something else. Do you have some personal mods? Let's see. Increase our health recovery and or 20% versus 24%. We're picking up these items and it's not really telling us anything. Pause now if you want to read that. And I guess there's one more thing over here. It still doesn't really feel like it's worth it to shoot all of those. We still don't have a security clearance even level 1, and yet we're the director, which shows that there will be some level of Metroidvania. Interesting, it broke the wall too, a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna run into some Metroidvania style gameplay. But I don't know how much of that we're really gonna run into. Is this in its totality something closer to a is this going to be something closer towards Metroid 1 in a 3D environment, looking a lot better than Metroid 1 arguably, with its ray tracing and such, or is this going to be something along the lines of what a modern Metroid Prime game should be, which would include a lot of interesting. The picture changes, but it's not straightened. Yeah, a lot of level design and puzzle design and platforming. That's kind of what we would be looking for. So are we supposed to just chase after the red, or are we supposed to... Who's shooting after me? I can definitely feel like I don't have enough bullets. And it seems highly believable that what we're going to run into is we'll eventually get into the points where we see a lot of these we'll see a lot of these firefights happen, in between which nothing else will happen. So I would suspect they front-loaded. Well, there is something different in this bathroom. Finally, I suspect they front-loaded a lot of story and cutscenes, and we're eventually going to stop running into that. Alright, does this gun mod now work? Thank goodness for that. And I guess we'll eventually need to upgrade deconstruct for 50. Let's go ahead and deconstruct that. And then unlock by upgrading. How does one upgrade things? Seems like you can't upgrade things yet. I have 2,552 upgrade materials. So am I supposed to go that direction? Or am I supposed to go somewhere else? Oh, it's hurting me.
It's overpowering here. You don't want me anywhere near it. With you on that.
Well, it would have been nice that if they had told me that before I lost all my health. Alright, so we can't go towards that, so we probably are supposed to come this way. Clearly the idea is to knock down people in the assumption that they will become problems later, but really only in a few scenarios is that actually true. This guy's slowly working his way towards me. They may not be able to even find me. Yeah, it feels like Remedy has a flair for trying to make cool cutscenes or environments, things that might look better in a animated like TV series, but would never actually become a TV series because it's too simplistic, or perhaps a comic book that I could certainly guess that might be a case too. Now, is this gonna hurt me if I'm in this red room? Yeah, I'm not really sold on actually being able to use this guy. Seems to be shielded. It's weird that the game has not really succeeded in telling me how to crouch down. Let's just take a moment. B, A, X, right bump, right trigger, left trigger. I don't think you ever get health out of these materials. Nor do I feel like you get health just breaking things in general. So you definitely feel like it was necessary for them to hand you health all the time, because what's back behind that gate? Because if they weren't handing you health all the time, every time an enemy died, you would have very little opportunities to pick it up. It's questionable what dead letters mean in this scenario. I don't think every office needs a dead letter office. Only a post office would need that. Doesn't seem like there's anything else we need to do. One has to question whether this magical being that's with you is applying for a new job on the board, or whether he is actually taking over the Federal Bureau of Control. Like, either one could be the case.
Just look at it. 8 inches wide and capable of storing a whopping 80 kilobytes. Stolen by our friends at the CIA, the disk held the launch codes to Soviet nukes. This is not the disk, of course, but one exactly like it. A perfect fusion of concepts vibrating in the Cold War era collective unconscious. A receptacle. It is a receptacle for dangerous energies to hone in on, and they did. We don't have the details, but when things started flying around the disk, it was transferred to us. It's an object of power. OOP. Oops. Oh, and it can launch things telekinetically through the air. To date, we've launched maybe 3 dozen pencils. And once...
This isn't a live action video.
We even launched a cup.
I don't recall even the 8-inch floppy disks that most people would have had no experience only having 80 kilobytes of data storage. That seems low even for what it was.
Communications. We're on the right track.
So the gun is still out in this area. That area here is now somewhat cleaned up. Is there a side mission? Or are we just gonna run forward with the story? Like, I guess we're coming back to these areas later. The hiss is still around. One assumes we're not unconsciously working with this. What was that just exploded? This game is getting... that was a grenade. Alright. It's getting a little too heavy in the fighting dimension because I think I've entered a room I'm not supposed to be in yet. Like, shielded enemies are not something I expected. So, what you have here is a potentially dangerous combination of a game that isn't like this room has changed. I am pretty sure it has, because there was a way to get up and go where the hiss was, and now that, like, there should be a passageway down this way. Yeah, that's still the hiss. Alright. Yeah. So the game is in danger of becoming a generic first-person shooter game with a lot of cutscenes. Boy, is that dark on the recording. Like, yeah. And that doesn't feel very well balanced. So far it doesn't. It feels like it takes you out of the gameplay to show you a cutscene, and then it takes you out of the cutscene sections to show you gameplay. And almost certainly, if I go this direction, I will start some new fight, and then maybe we'll run into somebody, and then that would change the storyline a little bit. Health recovery element pickup at, is that 20%? I can barely read it. Is it 20, 26%, or 28%? I think it says 26%. Yeah, so I'll equip that. But I don't know how to upgrade anything. I don't think we've unlocked that. I don't think we've also unlocked the ability to crouch, which seems crazy. Here's another thing. Pause now if you want to read that. It seems like we're going to be collecting a lot of these bits of information that like shouldn't really be text. I don't play games wanting to read. I would read books if I wanted to read. I'm sorry, I think that's true for most video game players in general. So if they've written something here, why, in a lot of these cases, why not have the main voice actress read these lines of dialogue out loud, or play a voice recording that was from the person who dictated the text. Yeah, that's something that I feel like BioShock in particular did really well. And since I know that we're going to mostly stick with the service revolver, you can kind of tell that at most there's going to be one other gun. Maybe you can only have a loadout with 2 weapons at a time. You know you're not going to have anywhere the 1-2 punches that you had in BioShock 1 or 2, or Infinite, where you're potentially releasing bees and then lightninging somebody and doing a combination. It seems like the abilities so far have been pretty generic, and the guns are kind of generic. It's kind of inexcusable, frankly, when you think about it, because this game is brand new as of recording. It's 2019. We are in, this really is like the first release of the holiday season of 2019. So it's been probably over 5 years since BioShock 1 happened, maybe 7, maybe even we're approaching a 10-year anniversary of BioShock 1. So they didn't learn any lessons from that. Arguably, I think as we go forward, we'll see that Remedy maybe isn't learning the lessons that they need to learn as far as making a video game in general. It seems like what they want to do a lot of times is make something that is more of a TV series. But the thing about that is TV series get canceled really quickly. TV series are very simplified and dumbed down for the mass population, the mass audience. So you really couldn't make a game like Control into a TV series or a movie or anything like that. It would clearly be an example of a terrible video game to movie translation. And from what I've seen already, it just would not work. So they need to work within the medium that they're actually working with and give me a little bit more platforming, give me a little bit more puzzling, give me some more fights that aren't just immediately started and then having a group of people run towards me so I can shoot at them. I'd like to see some more strategy before I saw people with just more health, which is effectively what a shield is. And then the cutscenes are fine, but they needed to be spread out a lot more. And I think we're going to quickly find out that when we are in a position where we can see cutscenes, we're going to see 30 minutes to 40 minutes of cutscenes as some kind of falling action that does not well balance out with the rising action. Ideally, every 30 minutes, we'd go through about 30 minutes of gameplay, rising action to some kind of sub-boss and big fight, and then at the end of that, then we'd start to have some falling action for maybe 10 or 20 minutes of conversations. And even if they were just walk and talks where we were someone was following behind us and talking to us, it'd probably be better than the amount of energy that they spent to have us sit down in the boardroom in particular and animate a face-to-face conversation, because it seems like they spent way too much of their budget animating the conversations that aren't really the meat of this game. Unlike something like The Witcher 3, where The Witcher 3 had a ton of conversations and dialogue that were face-to-face conversations, but they had basically 5 tons worth of running around killing monsters on top of that. Anyways, that's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Control. Let's continue. So, we're supposed to be working our way to the communications department. We're slowly revealing where everything is on this floor. Theoretically, there's an underground of 4 floors, so the building's going to have to shift. The oldest house will have to shift quite a lot. To the right of the cafeteria on the map is an area we definitely can't access until probably we've cleared the rest of this floor, and I imagine that's probably where the hotline phone is. I guess that would make a decent amount of sense. It seems like what we're going to do is we're going to consistently be asked to just ignore these creepy people. I feel like this game probably suffers from some E3-ness of it. Like, Control was shown off at E3 for the past couple of years, and it seems like the concept of possessed floating people makes kind of sense as a demo, and then one would say less sense as a video game, since they really don't do anything. These are just nail things, so they won't explode or anything. So yeah, unless they were a health fodder, and they're not even that. Like, I've never even seen them drop health, and bullets aren't necessary, so here we've got somebody who's in charge of the comms department. And somebody just got something thrown at them from pneumatics. And he was wearing a vest. And over here we've got the hiss, which I don't think Oh, it will scare me, but didn't hurt me. Which is fair enough. Over here, we've got these shelters, which are very video gamey. When I walk in here, I'm not sure the game saves when you walk or if the game saves when you shut the door. But the shelters are extremely repetitive. Almost certainly what I would guess if I was the producer of this game is I would want to push for a completely different art style. See, it did save, it just took it a while after I closed and walked out of the shelter.
Object of power. Looks like the hiss have latched onto it. We need to cleanse it.
Crouch with the right stick. Right, so we are like a couple of hours into the game, and now it's just letting me crouch. I'm about to die, and this is like a boss fight. Unfortunately, I think this is kind of how all the boss fights are, though, is this exact, like, orbs. It doesn't seem like I'm even hitting something. Now, if I was ever going to get health out of one of those boxes, that would have been the time. I'm totally about to die. Yeah, I would push for a secondary art style at the very least to balance out. Yeah. To balance out the brutalist art style. So just a whole secondary skin palette, something like that. Yeah, I'm not really hurting it. And we're getting a lot of ray tracing light effects that like this might be the floppy disk drive that we talked about earlier. Might be why it's telekinetic. It's shooting things at me. But you really can't. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to just run towards it. Just run towards it and press X. There was no way to disable it or stop it in any way. That's weird.
It's harder to hear you when I'm here. It's like the channel's been changed. The board's in charge here. They're pyramids in Bureau Seal. Are they really the ones pulling the strings? I'm not their director.
I'm no one's director.
It seems like you're the director. So right bump and then throw. That was just a reflection. Okay. So we might start to see a little bit more fight, a little bit easier fighting now. You get that little white highlight. So we're getting a little bit of key gameplay now. I'm glad to see a lot more gameplay. Now, questionably, I don't really know. Like, I'm seeing a lot of reflections here in this white skybox, for lack of a better. Well, that's exactly what it is. It's a white skybox. I'm seeing a lot of reflections on this texture alone, and ray tracing may be improving that a lot, but I really have to question whether it's worth it. And let's face it, ray tracing is only going to work on games that are designed to really implement it. And most games will barely implement it, if they implement it a lot at all. And of course it has to be a DirectX 12 game. I don't think that any game is going to bother to try and implement ray tracing outside of DirectX 12. And you might just be better off using DirectX 12 for other reasons. This is kind of faster, and I have to assume we just always get these subtitles, even if subtitles were turned off. I guess maybe we could go into the option and turn off subtitles and see what that does. Let's see. Trying to look to see if there would be anything that would make it easier to read text. Right, let's turn off subtitles. Resume the game. Yeah, it might be a little bit easier just to pick up and throw things than to do this, to shoot them. But then we may start finding that the real enemies that we usually end up fighting have way more health again.
There you are. You were gone. Cut off. I got it. Just like you wanted, right? This will help me fight the hiss.
Right, so the room didn't really change, it's just full of enemies. Let's turn the subtitles back on. It seems like the way this breaks down is this guy coming? That exploded too well. That exploded way too well. So it makes a lot more sense why things can fall and break now, since it's pretty obvious every item in this game is designed to be an item to pick up and throw. I will just have to be cautious on, am I going to explode something in my own face? We'll have to do some more experimentation about fall damage to see if there's ever any fall damage you get, or could I have just jumped over the edges. Yeah, and my health mod seems to be changing things for the better. So when I do pick up health here. Cool. Fire extinguishers do explode, but they do not explode into smoke or fire extinguisher liquid. Yeah, I don't know why that guy was running towards the shelter. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Emily said that the hotline can be reached through the mailroom.
Did she? It's been a while. I don't remember that. The hiss sounds like it's a distorted potential, just the building itself doing building announcements. We're still running into a lot of situations where we've run into these offices, but it does feel like they are starting to stop. Yeah. The hiss is coming through the speakers. We're having a little bit of a problem finding the next area. And you have these doors that are just sealed off completely, which I assume we'll get into those areas later. Well, here's the first dark bathroom. So I can't even see what's in here. So dark. I'm supposed to go this way to purify, I guess. But in this instance, I don't know if I even did anything.
This must open the door.
Clearance card level 1. Right, so is this where we're going? Are we just following the blood, or is there something else that we can look at or we can go to? Because I kind of want to be a little thorough. Like, it's not my intention to just somebody apparently decided they were actually going to use that toilet. We can just rip that off the wall. Yeah, still no reason why I'm turning on radios or why those radios are in the game.
You're listening to America Overnight, mystifying the airwaves for more than 29 years. Thank you for staying up with us.
Now I have clearance level 1 again. I think America Overnight might be the part of the American Nightmare spin-off sequel game to that Remedy made. I know I played the first game and didn't really enjoy it enough to want to play the American Nightmare sequel, even though I own it and probably will get around to it maybe at some point. I don't even know if I actually would get around to playing that one. Actually, it was really grindy with the flashlights. You had to hold a flashlight on monsters before you could shoot them and kill them. It was a bad gameplay mechanic, to say the least. Alright.
They can fly now. Great.
So the idea, as I'm dying here, of this game, I think, is that we will eventually get the ability to fly. We will eventually run into a lot of firefights where we fly. We saw this at E3 things, and again, I feel like this game sold itself and promoted itself oddly as this this technology groundbreaking concept that it really couldn't have ever been. Like there isn't going to be, I'm not going to say never, but there in the next few in the next few years, there's not going to be a case where you can make a game that is focused around flying and that actually is going to work well. Like, shooting doesn't seem to work. Throwing things barely seems to work. So again, during the E3 demos and trailers, and not even really demos, trailers, when we saw flying around enemies, that's something that certainly got a lot of people hyped, including the mainstream video game media, who get overhyped way too easily. When reality, it should have been a huge warning flag to say, unless this is just some kind of cutscene or something that people aren't really going to be able to do what's being shown. The game is going to waste a ton of their development trying to get smooth flying ability. Like, take note that the Unreal Engine is incredibly good and about being a first-person shooter game. Like, most people who can properly program in the Unreal Engine have that down pat. Like, no doubt they should be able to make a first-person shooter where you are standing on the ground and shooting enemies. There's been way less successful development on flying around enemies. Not even simplistic things like birds. Even if you compare like hunting in a Tomb Raider game where you're hunting deer or bear or something, like, way more development has happened in games to hunt land animals than flying animals. Furthering that complication is any game that tries to have you be a bird and fly around, whether it's an Unreal Engine game or not, or a Unity game. That never really works as smoothly as you'd like it to. It's not until you have somebody like the Nintendo, like if Nintendo spends the extra money to so I am doing damage to him. I just recognized that we actually had a health bar. Seems like when I ran upward, this is just awful. Like, let's just look at the options. Is there a gameplay difficulty here to change? It never asked for any difficulty. Yeah. Like, we have a ton of health. He seems to move out of the way very quickly. And then he seems to hit so hard, so incredibly hard, that I'm dead in 3 or 4 shots. And see, this is one of the things I've heard complaints about. Let's see. When your health is low, use defensive tactics, press L to sprint. Alright. Why am I not always in sprint mode? Mods. Projectors fired. Reload speed 11%. Or... yeah, I don't have shatter, so I can't even use that. Launch energy cost 8% reduction. Like, am I running out of launch energy? I don't even know how much launch energy I'm using. And then we've got a bunch of collectibles. Certainly, like, would any of these potentially give me any information? I don't think so. Willow AWE outcome. They're talking specifically about the Willow AWE event. I don't know if that is supposed to be the event that my brother was kidnapped in. And
they can fly now. Great.
There are definitely some things I'm running into. Like, I'm running out of energy. Different things that seem like they would do more damage than others. Like, I can't even lock onto this guy because I'm running around in circles so much. Man, this is frustrating. Pay attention to surroundings. You will sustain lethal damage if you fall too far. Okay. So yeah, I do know if you fall really, really far, you'll die. That's not atypical in the game. I guess we'll try this other mod and reduce the cost of throwing things. And there's like no way to skip this cutscene, so we're seeing it for the 20th time.
They can fly now. Great.
And you don't go back into your crouching at all. So you have to hit the right bump over and over again to hide. It doesn't seem like this guy will do anything to you until you start throwing things at him. These guys are getting relatively close to me. It seems ridiculous that this is the way to win after we just got the telekinesis ability, is to just take it long and slow. And this piece of equipment seems to block your any chance of them actually hitting you. So yeah, you just duck when he's about to attack. This is more strategy than I expected or wanted so far in the game.
I have a feeling he'll be back.
And then there's a whole bunch
Let's
of
stay
health.
focused. The hotline should be past the mailroom.
Well, that was incredibly unsatisfactory. I mean, you really can't say anything else besides that. That really, really sucked. And I feel the need to try and run around here, but frankly, if I am going to try and get all the collectibles, the game is going to have to give me some kind of indicator eventually that where collectibles are hidden. Because running around this area is not helpful. Even if we go into full sprint mode, this is not an efficient. Let's see, what clearance is this? Oh, we can go that way. Does that mean we should go that way? Hotline chamber. So we probably should put back the health recovery mod for the moment.
Alberto Tomasi, head of comms. The hiss got him.
So he's a boss
All right,
character?
take this down. The situation in Cuba has been evaluated by the relevant authorities. The mysterious illness affecting the staff at the U.S. Embassy in Havana was caused by sonic weaponry in the hands of a foreign power. Numerous personnel have damage to the inner ear, but most are expected to make a full recovery. Of course, the event also damaged their cellular walls, but we can't blame that on some stupid noise gun. Thank God no local doctors examined them first. Honestly, what are the odds an altered item would show up inside a U.S. embassy? Talk about good luck, huh? So much easier to... Hey, are you still recording this?
So comms is just the pneumatic tubes getting routed. Nothing more than that. And then they're referencing the US Embassy attack that happened, I suppose, around the time this game was being developed, but I think most people would
The hotline can't be far now.
kind of forget that that even happened because there was really no resolution on it. One assumes that some foreign power, my guess would be Russia, China, or like some Middle Eastern country, attacked them. It would have been weird, certainly if it was Cuba attacking the US Embassy as former President Obama was trying to normalize relationships with Cuba. But I wouldn't put it past anybody, frankly. Interesting how the texture popped in. So I'm kind of happy to say that the hotline ringing has not been a noise that's been played over and over again, but the hiss kind of has been this noise that's been playing over and over again. It really does feel like there's some budgeting issues here. Let's just walk around here. Interesting, it doesn't set off the alarm on this. I'm holding a gun and still doesn't set off the alarm. Yeah, feels like there should be some walk and talk dialogue happening right now instead of the 20 pieces of text.
Casino. Dream logic. The light switch cord.
Hotline is designated for director. Disregarding this possibly may result in, what was it? Fatal psychic trauma? So, I had complained a little bit about the game and its brutalistic architecture. Really? Seriously, you're just gonna let me die like that? Was not expecting that. Like, I had said that you definitely needed to push like a secondary art style and texture style. Oh my goodness. Don't tell me I have to go fight that guy all over again. Well, the good news is it doesn't seem like I have to fight the guys all over again. The bad news is there is somebody shooting a rocket launcher at me. Why would it not have saved? It seems to save all the pickups nicely. It just didn't seem to want to save that scene, which was supposed to be cool and impressive. I don't get how you dropped the ball like this. I don't get how you didn't say, oh. Still looks like you would fall. It says stand here.
Have we been here before? No. I've stayed at a lot of roadside motels across the country, on the road, on the run, under the radar. This feels like all of them, like something recognized from a dream.
So, yeah. We're getting a slightly different artistic style with some symbols on each of the door. We can try the triangle control symbol. this is a little bit different and a little bit better than the brutalist architecture, but you'd almost want something bright and colorful to counteract what we've seen in the game. And I definitely would have wanted to see a switch in architecture style earlier. It would have made so much sense to go through a few hallways that felt like this, where you were in a carpeted area and the doors just kind of looked like this, and it would just convert and smoothly transition into something very different looking. You know, you have a 222, 242, 227, 225. These seem to be just normal doors, although they are in the 200s, which would assume then that they are on the second floor, which doesn't make a lot of sense.
Hello? Anyone here?
Well, I heard something unlock. Again, Twin Peaks feeling style game. Like, clearly this is a Twin Peaks reference. So one ring opened a door. And so maybe there's a bit of a puzzle here that we have to do with the number of rings. Yeah, it is switching doors.
Key has a black pyramid on it.
So if we hit another one, well, it just recycles and resets. So it never unlocks this door or these doors, which clearly they wouldn't want to just reflect the image and have to have you see 6 of the exact same rooms. It wouldn't make a lot of sense for the rooms on the other side to be open to the outside with windows. So we have the director, and apparently me standing right in front of a platform to the hotline. Feels like I'm not standing in the right place. Or is there something else I'm supposed to do? Or is this just do things in threes? Yeah, it does seem like they're just forcing me to do things in threes for no reason. A pyramid can have 3 sides, so there might be some code in that. Of course, it could also have 4 sides. So we're supposed to pick this up and I think carry with us. Directors can call the board using the hotline. So from the perspective of the board, there's some level of technology that makes sense to them. The hotline will let you contact the extra-dimensional entities. frankly, the extra dimensionality of it all really just means it's magic. Oh, seriously? At least that didn't kill me. I don't get these cheap shots though. I really don't get why you would make it so it seems like I'm going to just be able to jump down, and in actuality I have to... Alright. So there goes my health. I didn't realize that that was an enemy. I thought that that was the extra dimensional entities. Yeah, that's also doing nothing to me. Right, so I guess the idea was to jump on the platform and get it to chase you around. And do little jumping jacks here. Or hurdles, I guess would be what the right word. Sure sucks when you've got this redness around you and you're dying. Particularly in a scene like this. Wish you could just stand still and heal up a little bit, just even to a minimal amount. That would have been helpful in the previous fight. It would be definitely helpful right now. You have to call once a week.
It is a phone. It's an object of power. It doesn't connect to any typical network. A direct line to the astral plane and the board.
Again, a live action
and my hypothesis
video.
Is, under the right conditions, to other planes of existence as well.
A director needs a team. My management team. These people know the secrets of the Bureau as well as I do. Some even better. Darling.
Now, I've heard argument that this cutscene that we're seeing right now gets played over and over again.
Operations. She sees right through me. She knows I don't like relying on people. The only person you should fail is yourself. But things change when you become director.
So, is the game going to start back in the director's office?
I have it. The hotline. I can reach Trench. Well, listen to him. He feels more like an echo. An echo with important info. I need to get back to Emily.
Again, that cutscene did not match
People react strongly when I tell them about you. Is it too soon to tell Emily? She might be able to help.
So I think I probably want to change back to the previous outfit, because I don't think this tactical outfit really changes the game in any way that's beneficial. It's just a different skin for no reason. It seems like by touching the hotline, I've unlocked it in several other positions. Now what's interesting is I don't have the red on the side now, so it did do something different there. And yeah, this is a different path. So where are we going? We're going, I guess, back to the boardroom and the director's office. So yeah, it really could have just saved us some time and had us walk into the director's office here. body's missing, and the hotline is not here. So let's look at the map. Feels like there would be a shortcut at some point to that. And for a second there, I thought you could pick up that coat and put it on. Again, that would be visually a good way of doing things to show that she's growing as a character. Although I don't know really how much that really matters. Let's see. So I recall there is something in here. So we might as well pick those things up. But I don't know if there's anything more. Hey, her jacket has changed. The picture has changed again. Interesting. So turning on and off of that. Yeah, I don't think there's a great reason to try and find every collectible in this game. See, because here's a clearance level 4 item. We're clearly gonna have to come back at some point. I don't even know where I really am. Also, like, I guess that's where we are, is up here. And clearly there were things I missed, or things I didn't bother to look for at all. Another bit of music. Just as if a video game is really going to sell people on buying a soundtrack. Particularly a licensed music soundtrack. I could see if it was a game like Ori and the Blind Forest and where am I? That would go back to the cafeteria. Although, is that where this really goes? The music just cuts off. Interesting. This looks like there would be something here. But there's nothing in there. Yeah, new original music makes sense, but just picking your favorite playlist doesn't make a lot of sense. And there was a YouTube video out there that specifically talked about how casting or soundtracking movies to famous songs that then they can't afford the licenses to is potentially ruining the composer industry in movies. And I feel like that's what is that called? Reference tracking or reference soundtracking? I feel like they've kind of done the same thing in the video game form here by saying we love these songs, we want these songs in our game. It's part of the same attitude, though. You have to realize that there is definitely an intention here to have the actors that are the main characters, Trench and Jesse. There's an intention there to make them. That's a level 3 security. Does this set off an alarm? Nope. No more of that, I guess. They want to give them as much work as possible, as much money as possible for that work, would be my guess. And because of that, you are seeing kind of a considerably high amount of cutscenes around that idea. Whereas instead of having a camera in front of the actors and actresses, or just actors in general, as they're all going by actors these days for the most part. Yeah, let's go back to civilian. And where could we fast travel, by the way? We have 3 fast travel locations. So we're probably very close to being done with this floor and moving on to the next floor, which at some point I think we have to hit a 50% halfway through the story element where the entire building reconfigures, or there's a lot of good reason to come back to this area, because I can't imagine that I really would want to go through all of cafeteria and all of dead letters and all of communications department and all of executive affairs or the hotline chamber. Like, I don't see a reason why I'd want to go back and do all of that. It's weird that you're in a menu and you can jump. That's definitely the case. So here's a case where the conversations...
Jesse, did you get the hotline? I mean, how is it out there? The comms? The hiss? Sorry. You made it. I'm glad.
So,
Emily?
yeah.
Let's talk.
Of course.
That conversation there works a lot better than what we're going to run into here, where we have to go into this mode.
I can make out what Trench is saying now.
And
incredible.
Have a lot more
he talked about his management
resources
who
were spent to animate all of this.
Your boss, Darling, Tomasi, but he's gone. He's gone. Salvador?
He's the head of security.
And Marshall?
Helen Marshall is head of operations. She's tough.
We had all of these names.
She took
by
her
the
Rangers
way,
and went to the
way
research
earlier.
sector to secure the HRA production.
We found it on a piece of paper.
Someone who could help us. The other sectors. How do I get there?
It's impossible because of the internal lockdown. You can perform a directorial override to lift it, but that can only be done in the maintenance sector. Normally, you take the sector elevator down there. It connects all the sectors, but it won't work while the lockdown is in effect.
We already got past one lockdown.
Maybe I can find a way.
Jesse, look, with no prep, no training, in this extreme situation, you are doing phenomenally well. And all that and the hiss can't seem to affect you. I mean, I would love to run some tests on you. If you agree, that is. We could find out something that would help us.
Tests? I don't know. She might find out about you.
Do we really need this
but
internal
I wouldn't
dialogue?
mind understanding more myself.
Okay. If you think it will help.
Great. I'll check the internal documentation for any lockdown bypasses. We need to get these sectors open to locate Darling and Marshall.
And I'll look for a way inside the maintenance sector. The sooner we find one, the sooner I reach this override.
Seeing as they made a big deal to show the janitor at the beginning of the game, and then now we have yet to see him again for several hours later, I suspect that this character, who they made a big deal about, also is gonna play a bigger role. There's the janitor again. So I guess in the Department of Maintenance he might be a bigger issue. I wouldn't be surprised if the blonde-haired lady is controlling the hiss or working with the hiss completely. You've been relying on literally just talking to her when there were several other humans in the room just outside of the boardroom that we've not even shared a single word with. So it would make a lot of sense, since you don't really know what's going on, to interview people separately and see if the stories are the same. Upgrade and unlock new abilities at the nearest control points. So board countermeasures are now available from the nearest control points. Weapon forms and mods can now be crafted from the nearest control points. So up until this point, where it's been 3, maybe even 4 hours of gameplay, we've just been kind of in tutorial mode. Let's see.
Hi, Jesse.
Yeah, Pope. I wouldn't be surprised if she has nothing new to say. Okay, that makes that easy.
Thanks, Emily. I'm sure I'll have more questions soon.
Just let me know.
It would also be helpful if they weren't giving everybody a first name. Like, we don't need to know her name is Emily Pope. We could have just said Pope, Director Pope.
Do you hear that?
It would have been
Someone's
easy.
singing. Where's it coming from?
Is she gonna respond to that? No, apparently not.
Singing. Sounds like it's coming from the elevator.
Which way is the elevator?
They say the new director can launch objects up to 20 feet.
Bullshit. We've never recorded any distance over 5.
Obviously, you never read the P6 data.
So yeah, I'd interview these people. I'd say, hey, why don't you come in the boardroom and tell me what's going on and tell me what you think of your boss, so I can get some more information and make sure I can actually trust her. Alright, so we have abilities. Health, which seems like we have 4 ability upgrades out of nowhere. Energy, melee, which we probably would never do, and launch damage, which might be helpful. So let's do launch damage 1. You have to hold A. Alright, launch damage 2, which would do a lot more damage. Let's see where we're gonna go with this. 10% more health. Yeah. Alright, so launch 2. Now we have an additional weapon form slot. Nice. This is just video games going on right here. No explanation on how we're getting these abilities or anything. For 2 more upgrade points, we could get 50% more launch damage, or for 2 points we could shoot grenades and rockets back, which I think will become a factor eventually. Energy will be a factor too if we're going to continue down the launch, and health will be an issue. I don't know how this whole thing works. Like, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It seems that health is just going to go straight down this way. Energy is just going to go straight down this way, and melee is going to go down this way. And then there will be 1, 2, 3 new abilities on top of launch that will have some other element to them. Let's see. We still don't have any new outfits. I bet we never get any new outfits for anything else. We have astral constructs and mods. So let's see. We can construct a shatterer if we had 5,000 energy. Shatter is has high stopping power with the scatter shot that devastates grouped enemies at close range. So it's a shotgun ability. And I don't have enough where I could construct, let's see, a random weapon mod common, or a random weapon mod common, or a random weapon mod common. It feels like they were going to put some kind of microtransactions or loot boxes in this game, and that's really not surprising, because that's what they try to do with everything. And to upgrade, I would need more points. So I can't really do anything with those. Let's look at the board countermeasures. Kill enemies without dying. You're needed. Irreplaceable. Replaceable. Agreed. Seems like if they're saying 2 or 3 things at the same time, there might be 2 or 3 members of the board. Kill a minor threat. Stronger than before. Killing enemies using melee. Kill enemies with service weapons. Accept. Can we accept all of these? Then why would we not just accept them all? Seems like you can only have 3 at a time.
I heard the hiss attack the power plant. Brings up.
So now we're playing a little bit of menu hero. Let's see. Damage after a kill. Yeah, I don't think I want my reload speed reduced, though. I think I need that. And I can't do anything else with a gun. And personal mods, we can deconstruct that for 50. We can, let's see, health recovery by 16%, energy boosts. And it seems like I still don't have 2 slots as far as personal mods, nor a second gun, so I need to craft a shatterer pretty quickly, and finding all of these collectibles is apparently something we want to do, and we're going to, whether we like it or not, run into a lot of these things that will maybe tell us the story if we actually read it. But since I'm not really going to do that, it's not going to matter too much. Again, just pause now if you want to read any of this. Frankly, there's probably going to be a Wikipedia that you could read pretty quickly to read all of this, and even if there wasn't a Wikipedia, give it enough time, there will be 100% collectibles save file out there where you could just load that save file and reload on everything else. The Coming Storm. So we've got more of these cutscenes. We didn't have the hotline as an option before.
A lot of new questions.
Well, it's another hour, and basically it's another episode of Control. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wish list. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Control. Let's continue. So, we finished the first floor and it unlocked a lot of abilities, but we really don't have enough items to... We don't really have enough items to upgrade as many things as I'd like. So, what we're looking for now is the elevator. We're hearing singing, probably singing of the, probably singing from the janitor. We need to go to the maintenance section, so I feel like he's probably the guy that's gonna help with things like that. We've got tons of collectibles we're missing left and right. Interesting. That one's not playing audio, but I didn't turn off the mute copyrighted music. It's just not playing audio. Probably because of the singing right now. Central Executive is where I guess we're going. I guess that would be helpful just to follow the instructions. Executive Affairs, is that where we're supposed to be going? Search for a way into the maintenance sector.
How come no one's taking charge here?
You didn't hear? Trench is dead. There's a new director.
Sector elevator. Ah, there we go. And here we even had the maintenance item pointing us.
Time to work. Meet me in the maintenance.
So I imagine this is a bunch of people who worked on the game. I don't think any of those are supposed to be Dylan. Here we go. Yep. They didn't really make it super easy to just find where we were going. It would be nice if there was a indicator on the map, some more just a compass for some of this. So looking at the elevator, we can see that yes, there's exactly 5 levels, an underground
Like
and
I said
4
before,
floors.
The janitor is a friendly face.
They introduced the janitor way too early in the story for him to have disappeared for 3 hours. And that makes it seem like he's way more important, which I pretty much assume he is. Interesting. While this is loading, the animation stopped for a second
The maintenance
too.
sector is the janitor domain. If I can find Ahti here, he can help me reach the override. Maybe it was you who got me into the oldest house with the lockdown on. Maybe it was Ahti. It felt like he made the elevator appear that took me to Trench's office. Is Ahti guiding me too?
So this is nice. And for as much as you complain about, you can complain about games chopping up levels and moving things around, there's certainly a lot of games. What is that Resident Evil spiritual successor, the Undying Light or something? I don't think that's the name of the game. There was definitely a horror game that chopped up sections and you would just like black out and then awaken in a completely different area. I think that would have worked a lot better here too. If we had just walked through a hallway and been in a maintenance section on the previous floor instead of seeing the same thing over and over again on the previous floors. That would have been interesting visually, because now we're seeing a lot of tubes, we're seeing a lot of chrome. Yeah. You can break the glass, but you can't break the glass enough to get through. They didn't think that one through enough, clearly. You can get up here. And can I get up here? I don't think I can. Even if I could get up there, though, it probably wouldn't help me any. But eventually I'll have an ability to fly, so getting up to something like that will become trivial. We are running into the
directorial override is right there, in the control room. How do we get there?
Is that what we're looking for, or is there something else glowing red that we're looking for? Yeah, it seems like we're gonna have to take the long way around to get to that. Alright. We're starting to run into some weirdness. It's not running as smoothly as I feel like it should be, the game. And I don't think, while I may be creating a ridiculous amount of files and taking up a lot of my secondary SSD, my old SSD, I don't think we're already at filling it up, all 512 gigabytes of space. If that's the case, then there's a problem, certainly, with the I guess bit rate that I'm using now that I have a newer video card. A newer video card would theoretically make better looking graphics and take a little bit more space, but it shouldn't take it shouldn't be a doubling factor. And still really no concern or desire to go above 1080p. Remember, this game has a base resolution that is running at of 720p, so it's not even by default by the GeForce experience running at actual native 1080p. So my suspicion is that this game is simply just slowing down because of all the textures here. In Unreal and other programming languages, you will create a material, you'll define how reflective that material is, and that material will be used to texture objects, and the thing is that will be then handed off from a 3D modeler or texture designer over to a level designer, and then the level designer, not fully aware of or thinking about what the impact of a game might have, what impact having a ton of pipes might have on a game, will often fill an environment with a ton of pipes, a ton of textures, and I think that might be the thing that's going on. Even with the ray tracing, even with everything else, this might just be too visually ambitious for what can really be done. The other thought is it's not the graphics card that's the problem, but I've significantly, potentially imbalanced what is my i7. I think I have like a 5830 6-core graphics CPU, and it's a fine CPU. It's just old, so it's not as powerful by any means as a 2080 RTX, and so there's a imbalance there that might be playing a factor. But I still don't believe that's really the case. I suspect what's really going on, if anything's really going on, is that we just ran into a slight kerfluffle, for lack of a better term, a slight snafu. So the question, I guess, becomes, do I need to run around and look for things in an environment like this, or is this good as it is? Am I gonna find any pickup items, or I'm kind of all over the place. We're in the janitor's office, so that's where we're supposed to go. And we want to get as many pickup items that seem to be randomly generating as possible. Alright. It's not faster to jump over the ledge. That does not look safe. That does not look safe at all. And this looks like a door that we can open later. And this is a door that we'll definitely have to open later. So yeah, take note that I just stuck my foot in the janitor's office, and then it triggered a respawn of the enemies. Feels like that was maybe easier than it should have been.
Well done. You got the job. It's place for congratulations. Yippee, saatana. It happened in the last drop. I truly need an assistant.
Funny thing is, I've been a janitor. I'm more at home in that role than as the director. Only Ahti here seems to see that.
Yeah, hi, Ahti. Look, we need to get the lockdown lifted, otherwise I can't get to the other sectors. Can you help me get to the override?
Yes, yes. Easy peasy. It's just around the corner. But first, we need to get you working. Very small, couple of hours job.
Something tells me it's gonna be more than that.
Yeah. You think there's a dog buried in this? I can tell you are not yesterday's Krause's son. That's why you'll make a great assistant.
I'm not sure if he's making just weird Nordic references translated directly to English.
Mä kyllä sanon perkele suoraan, that this house has a vermin problem. A bad one. They've already messed up the cooling pumps. And the power generators of a power plant, perkele. And the pensioner inside. He's starting to feel the band around his head tighten. The situation needs to be fixed before the plant blows up. And we all disappear like a fart in Sahara.
Trying my best to keep up with this. Fix the coolant pumps and the power generators, otherwise the power plant will blow.
But don't you worry. I've left you clear instructions. You'll catch the end of the thread before I go to my vacation. The work's on the task board here. You can do later, when you have time.
Vacation? Right.
Yes, no one's gonna cancel my holiday or seat's gonna rattle. But don't worry at all. You'll take care of it and soon this crisis gonna be last winter's snow. You better go now, so you don't have to run with your head as your third leg. The door in the back leads to the plant.
The door in the back. That's great. Thank you, Ahti.
So, let's see what this is. New mission. What a mess.
Burn.
Hold to burn trash. Right. This is completed, so can we do anything? No, we can't really do anything at all. Let's see. Burning all the piled up trash piled up in the furnace in the maintenance sector. Alright, we'll take that as under consideration. We have a new mod that is basically the same.
The trash. Throw it in the fire. Burn it all. Burn it into a reindeer, not into a moose.
Let's just make sure we get everything. New mission to Mary Chase. So we're getting different missions now. What is that mission that we just got? Investigate the strange light in the break room. Okay. So that light's not flickering. This light is flickering. Okay. So clearly this is a side mission for an object of power. It's probably worth doing these.
This place makes me nauseous. An object of power. How do you think it got down here?
The concept of objects of powers.
A carousel horse. Why is kid stuff always so creepy?
Like that concept I don't think works greatly in a video game form as much as it would make sense in, well, frankly, the Friday the 13th TV series, which was exactly that every episode. Is this gonna crush me to death? It seems like when it closes on the camera, it closes on me. And it doesn't seem like there's a way around this. Yeah, it just seems like it resets. Press B to evade. Okay. Apparently, that's a new ability that we didn't have before. Seriously. This game does a lot of this garbage. A lot of just punishing you for not doing it exactly perfectly like they want it to be done. Press A and then B to air evade. Okay, good to know. Barely made that. Apparently that is not a object that I need to be concerned about. Gold enemies are immune to Jesse's attacks. Alright. So press B to avoid. There we go. And we moved. I moved too fast there.
Let's keep up with me now.
So we lost on any dialogue there that the board was saying. Sorry. This is getting brighter and brighter. And so that's how we're gonna, I guess, get into some of these, I guess these are hidden locations? Alright, well that's nice. What's this? Apparently that's some propaganda for kids from the FBC. Interesting, we've got reflections of us in the TV series. Again, they spent money, they paid somebody to make this instead of just not doing that.
What? The pyramid.
We've got like modem sound effects.
The Black Pyramid. It's in the astral plane.
Airplane?
Astral plane.
Are we really gonna watch all of this?
White and empty.
Oh man, this is bad.
Or is it?
This is creepy.
It's a weird, crazy alien dimension. The white goes on forever. You can get lost in all that white.
Why would you spend your money developing this? This wasn't even promo material. It's not something that you could put into your advertisement budgeting or anything like that. So, yeah. Apparently they are in the habit of kidnapping kids and I guess turning them into FBC agents. That would be my guess. And that's probably what happened to her brother Dylan. That's not a door. It just kind of feels like a door. And we've been over here. So now we can move the story forward. It's an odd sound effect, by the way. And as I turned there, we got a little bit of a lockup again. I'm just trying to make sure every door is open.
Okay, so what happens again if that thing blows up?
Power. Explosion.
Can we go down this way?
Director's duty. Keep the lights on.
Ventilation. I guess I'm going the right direction. We've lost our gun again, so I assume that's just because we're on an elevator. Yeah. That's weird. It's weird how you just lose your gun in the middle of the elevators. It's weird that the game is having this much performance problems. Frankly, the game recommended people play this on the DirectX 11 mode, which means they don't really want you to use the ray tracing. It's definitely a budgeting issue. I often talk about budgeting issues, but like clearly they spent some time trying to implement ray tracing that they probably should have done. Spent that time and energy and that money better, just to develop more levels, more gameplay, more just characters that would talk to you out loud instead of things you have to read. And definitely they wasted budget having creepy puppet shows. Interesting, there are people here, but they seem to be on my side. They don't seem like they're bad. Why can only 6 people fit in this room, by the way? That's confusing. Like, first of all, why build a shelter in an office building and then build that shelter to only support 6 people for this? You could easily have 6 people standing against the wall. So one assumes that there's perhaps more of a weird mystical reason why there can only be 6 people in the shelter at a time. Oh man, again, just a little bit of lagginess whenever you get somewhere. When you get near a character.
Man, hey! Chief Arish, FBC Security. Shouldn't you be in a safe room?
That animation looks terrible. His face looks way terrible. And his head's a little small too for his body.
They all have HRAs. We're on the same side.
My name is Jesse Faden. I'm here to perform the directorial override to get the lockdown lifted.
Yeah, Chief Arish, FBC Security. I'm just... Oh, hang on, you're the new director. It's a pleasure, ma'am.
Let's skip the formalities,
how would they
please.
not be able to recognize her when every painting of the director changed
As
to
you can
her
probably tell,
instantaneously?
it's a bit of a shit show down here. We've been holding our ground, but whatever's gotten into our buddies has them wrecking the coolant pumps and the power converters. The NSC keeps overheating, and my crews keep getting shot before they have a chance to make any repairs.
NSC?
Oh, sorry. Bureau jargon. It's what we call the power plant. You know, the big rumbling metal thing. Salvador, head of security, asked me to protect it in case of an attack. See, what's inside is dangerous. Dr. Darling seemed to know it would be a target.
Darling? He's here?
No, he came down a few days ago, before everything went to hell. He was out of it. Smelled like a bar mat. He was ranting about vulnerabilities and how he only had one large-scale HRA, but that he needed it somewhere else. Still, at least he gave us these personal HRAs before he left. Hey, did I mention that he was tearing his clothes off? Crazy dude.
Darling knew the hiss was coming.
Listen, I love playing 20 questions as much as the next guy, but we have got to get the water and electrical systems repaired before this baby blows. I'll have my guys unlock the doors out of here for you.
I'll take care of it. You stay and keep the hiss away from the plant if you can.
The hiss? That's what we're calling him? Oh, that's catchy. Oh, listen, the radios aren't working, so if you find my boss Salvador out there, could you please ask him what the plan is? I'm sure he will have one by now.
I'll keep an eye out for him.
He sure has a lot of faith in his boss.
Try to stay alive.
I'm wondering if there might be some time elements here.
Blockages in pipes C through F.
I could try and talk to him.
Back? Now? Oh man, Nadia's gonna be so pissed.
Like, I don't even want to talk to him right now though, because it doesn't seem like they have that much to say.
We need those pumps and converters online.
She knows. She knows.
I just wanted to make sure.
So, where are we? We can look, I guess, where we are right now and where we've been. We were in ventilation, we were in the janitor's office. The map does seem like it's relatively big. Of course, now hitting the back button. The B button does not put it back. That whole animation did not work. By the way, there was literally no animation there. Alright, we have a board countermeasure that's done. So collect that reward by holding X. We can, suppose now, kill hiss guards, kill using melee. I think I'll take kill hiss guards, because killing with melee feels like something that I'd need to increase my ability to melee with. See. To construct the shatter, we can now construct that. And to construct spin would, I guess, be the next thing that we could try to construct. And I think that pretty much means we can't construct anything else. We just have insufficient materials. Alright, so now abilities are the question. Launch explosives, launch 3, or more health. I think probably more health and a consideration towards melee. Seems like, yeah, we're trying to get the milestone rewards at the bottom. Yeah, we don't have any more upgrades right now. So that was everything. Oh, here's a question. If I want to fast travel, I guess I could fast travel to the other floors. Alright. So that's nice. And now we've got this other gun, but how do we use this? I can put a mod on shatter, sure. We've got plenty of them. Recoil, projectiles fired, damage after kill. We'll do that. But how do you equip the gun? Health recovery 20% per pickup. Evade energy costs going down. Got tons of collectibles. Pause now if you want to read that. Pause now. Pause now. Just trying to mark everything off. Northmore. I have no idea what Northmore is. And I really don't want to... I really don't want to have to watch it a second time. It's probably... This is the Northmore something or other. Coolant pumps, energy converter, central maintenance control room. So... I guess we're going to the coolant pumps first. Let's see if we can speed this process up a little bit. These guys are killing me really, really hard. Like, really, really getting hit hard again. So, am I going the wrong direction? Or am I just being introduced to another group of enemies that, once again, are way, way too difficult? Yeah, it's gonna kind of suck if we just continuously run into these kind of problems. Fix the energy coordinate. That's in the maintenance energy converters. So we'll see how this goes. This guy's shooting me. These do feel like better weapons than this is a weird fighting situation that we're in. I guess now it starts to make sense why these guys exist, is so that they will be misconstrued as enemies. Man, how do I switch guns though? Collecting all kinds of health after one hit. I question how easy it's going to be to even get that challenge of killing 50. Alright, this X. Alright, so it is the X button that switches weapons. Thanks for telling me, game. Thanks for allowing me to have a second weapon and not popping up a tutorial that said, oh, by the way you switch buttons, switch guns is this button, because all of our buttons have been in weird places up until this point. I don't know, maybe it makes more sense if you're a PlayStation player that the button layout makes more sense then. But as somebody who came from playing the Xbox 360, these button layout makes no sense. Here we have a larger bathroom. It's 4 to 5 hours into gameplay, but they finally addressed an issue of cut and paste layout. That being said, the bathroom stalls in general aren't going to look very different, so it still very much feels like it's a lot of copying and pasting going on. Do these have to be destroyed? Or is it just recommended that they be destroyed? Field training. New mission, a good defense. Let's see what that is. This is probably another side mission. Investigate the training course. Yeah, I think that if we got an ability that gave us a shield, that would be very much appreciated. Although it's questionable why that would be something that you could miss, because that's really what this is going to break down to. Is
So I just read this. Welcome to the Ranger Field Training course. The course must be completed in the specified amount of time. When you're ready to start, press the button. Is that all, or?
I always did love obstacle courses.
Okay.
Get ready, Ranger. Course starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
Where are we supposed to go? Alright.
45 seconds remaining.
Alright, come on. Ran out of energy.
30 seconds remaining.
Where does it go?
15 seconds remaining.
Turn it.
Five seconds remaining. Course failed. Try again, Ranger.
So, I don't think with my current abilities I could probably make that all the way through. But I think it kind of wants me to. Alright, let's see
ready, Ranger.
if...
Course starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can really pull this off.
Seconds remaining. Course complete. Congratulations, Rainer.
Guessing this isn't usually part of the course. It's protecting itself. I need to hit it harder to break that shield.
So I'm gonna have to find something that nope, I hit it hard enough, I guess. It's like a safe. Notice how the animation is just pretending like it's touching that object without really knowing what the object is. Because it's the same animation. Right. Hold left bump for shield. Okay. That's not exactly the kind of shield I was hoping for, frankly, but darn it. That's better than nothing. Let's see, where are we going? You get that watery underground sound. When you use the shield. Am I supposed to just tap the shield? Like, that doesn't feel like that would do anything. It really does feel like that. Oh man, just falling off the edges. This every time I have to do one of these, it's like, nope, this is not fun. Alright, so I'm gonna just hold the shield until I get to this point, and that just hit me a little bit. And then wait and just let my energy to refill. And then I'm gonna hold this. And then I'm gonna get behind this. Wait for the energy to refill. And then I'm gonna hold this and get behind this. They really, really want you to play strategically. It's pretty obvious. I've got to get all the way over there, so I think what I have to do is kind of face. I wasn't expecting more people to start shooting at me. I think I'm mostly safe now. It's better than nothing for a shield, but I really just wanted something that would, frankly, reduce the amount of damage and put me in a good position.
Good time to have a shield.
As a melee kill, just for an experiment. Now, did I die all of the times I fell, or do those not count as deaths? That would be my question. Seems like they didn't count as deaths. Still definitely looking for something that would just reduce the amount of damage more than just increased health. Like, increased health will get us so far, but we really need a reduced amount of damage that we're taking in every time we get hit. Because I'm getting hit quite a lot. Alright, and that puts us here where there's a sector elevator that way, and the Blackrock processing is that way, and the power plant is that way. And where are we supposed to be going? Let's see. Field training we just did. NSC control room. Let's see. Well, I guess that way is definitely not the way. So then the question would be, what is directly forward versus what is over here? I think I want to go that direction. Right. Meanwhile, we've got launch energy cost minus 9%, which means we can destroy that one and that one. It's really not giving us a lot. And energy recovery speed might be better than what we've got equipped right now, which is just more health, because we really are picking up more than enough health elements. Let's see, for our main gun we have something that would damage against enemy armor plus 30%, or damage against enemy armor plus 30%, but since we have multiple loadouts now, having 2 of these might make some sense. Whereas something here that's exclusive to Shatter, we don't need the exact same element, so we'll destroy the worst version of that one. Let's see, 8% recoil efficiency versus 8%, so we'll destroy that one too. And I still feel like the reload is the better item to have, but maybe a 20% damage boost would be better. So we'll experiment with that. And this is the shattered projectile boost, which I don't think that's what we need. So I'm gonna try the recoil reduction on the shatter. Upgrading the actual weapon though, that seems like that happens through a different process, and We are making progress. Use grip, kill enemies with headshots. Kill enemies without dying, 14 out of 50. Kill hiss guards, 11 out of 25. Meanwhile, we missed that side quest, so we'll probably want to go back and do that again. And there clearly aren't too many missions because they're going to have all the completed missions listed. Let's see, and we're just collecting more and more things that's, at this point, I have completely lost interest in reading. There's definitely a problem here with this. I kind of want to compare it almost to not Resident Evil, but Command and Conquer Red Alert 3. Like, I feel like if you were gonna do full motion videos and cutscenes, you needed to have it happen, frankly, before each mission, and it's not. So it feels odd when it does happen on its rare occasions, but it also pulls you out of the game. And of course, Red Alert 3 was very, very comedic in nature. It was not to be taken seriously, where I feel like this game is trying to be taken seriously, and I'm not sure that there's a really good reason that this story should be taken seriously, or should have even gone for that. That is another issue certainly we've seen with a lot of the Remedy / Quantic Dream style games, is that they try to be this hyper cinematic experience, when had it just been a dumb fun game, it probably would have worked a little bit better. Anyways, I'm going to end this recording here. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. For the live stream, I'm going to leave it streaming for just a brief second and be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Control. Let's continue. So, we're having some slight problems in deciding which ways to go. The map really doesn't seem like it points in a great direction either way. So, yeah, I'm not sure if like see this fight in particular here feels more like a police heist. There we go. Alright. My gun is... I took off the mod that would make this recharge faster, and I think I'm immediately regretting that. Here's some ones that will set off the alarm. It's strange that some will set off an alarm and some won't. Yeah, we're having a weird Metroidvania experience, certainly. You can't get around that because it's 3D in a building, whereas every other Metroidvania-esque game I've ever thought about playing or seen is usually in caves, caverns, something along that line. Atlas Chamber and Blackrock Processing. I have no idea what's in there. Can't walk through that part. So we might be going in the wrong place, or we might be heading in the right place. And we're spending extra effort to walk around to get a collectible. Right. We may find that there's something just blocked off on this side. Yeah. It looks like there's something blocked off on this side. And I hit the wrong button. And then died. Oops. So, a couple major issues are showing their face in Control. One is the button layout. Definitely the button layout. But another is just a basic ease of falling to your death. I was like, am I gonna have to fight something new here? I don't think so. Central maintenance. This is where we were when we started. We went towards that and couldn't find anything, so I guess we're going this way. I think this is a central elevator. A sector elevator. So let's look at our missions. Let's see. Fix the NESC coolant pumps and chamber. NSC coolant pumps and energy converters. which I guess means that this is not the right way. Or can we look at this? Let's see. 4 would be the coolant pumps. 4 is a square, which I guess is on the other side of the map. We did get a shield, so that's nice. Maybe that will help us fight our way through the other section. Yeah, coolant pumps and furnace chamber are getting pointed in the other direction. No stopping anytime. Oh yeah, what happens if I stop? Nothing. Okay. I feel like this game might have a bunch of achievements in it, but on the other thought, this is an Epic Store game, so I'm not sure how any of that would work, or if the Epic Store even supports achievements. I feel like we'll probably get up higher. Eventually. I suspect by the end of this level we'll be flying all the way up to that. If not, then we might just run into a scenario where here, can I lift? I died, so my achievement for killing enemies without dying has been reset. Or my challenge, I guess is what it is. Did I kill everything? Or more accurately, did everything explode? Dodge efficiency, personal mod, we'll look at that later. So oddly, it was more difficult to go the right way than it was to go the wrong way and get the shield. So I chalk that up to bad gameplay design, because I'm fairly certain we're going the opposite direction where the shield was at some point. Almost certainly. Nothing there.
Power cut. Replace the parts.
Yeah, so there's a whole tutorial thing that we've already figured this stuff out. These are basically an expansion on what Dead Space 1 had, where you had telekinesis and you could lift up power. You could lift up power blocks and put them in sockets. Or didn't, not could, had to. Still having a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. And it doesn't feel like it's an interactive difficulty per se, really, either. It's just, you have to kind of take your time and take it slow. And if you take your time and take it slow, maybe you'll survive. And if you don't survive, well, then you're gonna end up having to run and try that challenge again, at the very least.
replace the parts.
While the other guns charging can be scatter shot charge. Now it seems like the energy is shared between. And this is getting worse and worse with its lagginess too. Yeah, I don't think the GeForce Experience is the right setting for streaming. I just don't think that that's the scenario that makes sense or works. I probably should have put this game down to just high settings instead of ultra settings. Fix it into a less demanding situation. Alright, well, more than anything else, I guess I want to do this. At least the animation worked this time. But when you do this cleanse action, which is a slow action for sure, it doesn't feel like it clears very much of the area and makes it more of a safe area. It instead just makes it feel like you're kind of better off in that one room. Shield strength could go up, or I could do more damage with the launch, or I could go with more health. I think I'm better at health, and let's see. Let's go with more energy too. Alright. As far as board countermeasures, we're still trying to get them. Seems like you're always going to be allowed to do board countermeasures. And there's no outfit you can even change in this one. And astral constructs. I guess I could upgrade something. Do I want a upgrade in general, or do I want to try and craft this spin? Where spin would be almost like an SMG. Let's go ahead and upgrade. And now that means we will get uncommon random loot drops if we wanted to do that. Alright, so that does not help any at all. That was a waste. I should have saved my material to construct spin. Yep. The game has a weird feel to it, as if it's suggesting that you would... here's the furnace chamber. And we've got some music playing. You wanted me to burn the items?
By trash, did Ati mean barrels full of hazardous biological material?
So we had this side mission of burning trash in the furnace. So yeah, we'll toss this over that direction.
Seems like I'm breaking some environmental regulations on waste disposal, but if that's what Ati wants, then I'll get it done.
My name is Dr. Pierce, lead researcher of parakinesiology. I believe I discovered a post-Omega paranatural entity residing within the Bureau itself. Right under our noses. Darling refused to allocate me the budget or resources, so I'm taking matters into my own hands. Let this recording be the proof I need to convince them. The furnace can speak. It's been talking to me for some time now. Listen. Did you hear that? It's a sentient force, capable of communicating. I checked, and there's no record of ever installing this furnace. I believe that... Oh, sorry. What? Yes, I can feed you. What do you eat? I see. I'll try to find some volunteers.
So apparently, the furnace eats people, and somebody got pulled into... Now, can I guess I can't. So, I have to jump down here to pick up any items. And I think I've gotten 2 barrels now that have been in the general vicinity of the furnace, but not actually in the furnace. So I think I'll have to go fix that issue. See some green light. They've got the furnace barrels glowing green to make it easier. How does one get up the stairs? I guess they're over here. Just gotta... It's so bright. Again, is this a ray tracing thing? As this game goes on and on, I'm getting less impressed by ray tracing. It really doesn't feel like it's worth the effort. Right. So there must be some more that bounce back, or... Well, here's one. Yeah, alright. I was seeing if maybe one ended up in the furnace but didn't get counted. Where the singing is coming from is questionable too. But there's no way. I don't think that there's a way to get up there. Because it's you'd have to get that next bit of the jump. There we go. There's a reflection. I don't get to see too many of those. Just a fence for no reason. Weird. And would there be any reason for me to climb on the pipe and work around that room? I don't think so. There's one.
That's all of them.
Alright. I thought maybe I could have dodged and worked my way over there, but it doesn't seem like that's right. And there's no other high up positions or places. It doesn't seem like it. We got a TV on fire. So, let's see. If I was to, where'd that TV go? I lost it. If I was to grab that and then hold this, we'll see what this does. I guess the question really boils down to, can you destroy objects of power? And I guess the answer is no. Yeah, this whole game has a Friday the 13th, the series feel to it. Alright, I got up here. And at some point we'll come back around, but not right now. Yeah. Or maybe we won't ever come back around and this is just a case of the game having little sections that don't lead anywhere. Right, so that only gets you as far as that. And if you had an ability to fly up, I did take fall damage there. That's good to know. And then the game kind of locks up. So there's some stuff over in that area. Well, I guess not enough to be concerned with. Let's see. Yeah, there's some kind of path on the other side of this wall that we can access, and then there's up on this platform that we can't really access. And once I guess I can fly, I'll be able to access a lot more of these things. Now we're going into the control panel room, which turns into caves. Again, it's strange we spent the first 3 hours in just the building,
fix this thing ASAP.
And now we've had some significant changes in the appearance of the pipes in the maintenance area. So I really would have cut up the levels. I would have had it where you walk through hallways all the time, and the hallways would change from one thing to another. From caves to building to hotel to maintenance area. I'd keep it very varied and surreal and dreamlike. I wish I could remember the name of that horror game. The Evil Within. That's the name of the game I'm thinking of. Yes. The Evil Within 1, which I covered. I haven't gotten around to playing Evil Within 2, even though someone was super generous to give the game to me. Apologies for that, just timing's been terrible. Evil Within 1 very much focused on making it feel dreamlike.
Go to city. Fix it fast. If the plant goes boom, we can throw the spoon in the corner.
So, am I supposed to be doing something, or am I supposed to just be putting energy in the other pumps? Because I have a box here, but yeah, I don't know where this box is supposed to be going. It feels like I'm probably holding on to a box for no reason. So let's just ignore that for a second. There we go.
Shit. What now?
My old enemy, the clock, is blocking the pipes. You need to deal with that shit. He's very clever. He's trying to sneak in. We got him caught with his hand in the fish trap. Get rid of him.
So the clog. So one assumes that this is
How is that? Oh, that's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
just a monster, extra-dimensional monsters of anywhere. Alright, and so I guess what we're doing is we're going through these puzzle areas, looking around, see if there's any kind of collectible or anything. I'm not able to hit that one, so I'm gonna have to move a little bit over. Nothing over there. Is there anything over here? Doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like the clog has much or anything to do with the hiss either, so so you're not really dealing with any hiss enemies, which works fine for me. There is something to be said about perhaps varying up your story and having a character like the Clog as an enemy and having it not particularly tie into the hiss or the main story much at all. It's just something that you have to deal with, just another enemy. So often in video games it's so single-minded. There's one bad organization full of people you're going to be fighting, and that's it. Okay. I don't think I'm supposed to jump down there.
Oh, this place is gonna come down.
So did we defeat the Clog, or did we not? I guess we defeated the clock. That's about all I can figure. So we have a coolant pump 1, which as soon as we did that, we started a fight. Interesting, that didn't happen when we used coolant pump, when we powered up coolant pump 3. I need to change the mod back. Let's just do that right now. That reload mod is way more useful. At least until we can perhaps implement some major increase in damage. I'm unloading a clip every time I try to kill anything. Collectible, another. Let's see. This.
There go the pipes.
There's
nothing more satisfying.
I'm totally out of bullets. So I melee the guy and then I take damage because he explodes near me. Because he's a kamikaze. These guys could use more. Frankly, they could use a little more skinning on them to make them show that they are controlled by the hiss and not just enemies or humans. We got bullets flying everywhere. I don't think jumping in this basket would let me go up and down the basket. It'd be a little helpful. Shoot, man. Yeah, it seems like you get hit once and then you take a little bit of damage, and then the second hit, which often is followed immediately after the first hit, you take 3/4 of your life. Here we've got some other guy somewhere. That's explosive. This is some kind of boss. This guy is barely taking any damage at all, and I am in a terrible position. Where is he? There we go. So that was a hiss trooper. Even the little animation I just pressed to switch the gun, even that lagged the game, oddly. Is there anything down here that is worth getting? Any kind of collectible? No, I don't think so. Are we done with this area? We can see there's a pathway way up there. Alright, let's look at our missions. See, go to the main missions. Where are we? Energy converters. So we need to find the energy converters, which would be something somewhere. It seems like on the map to the right there's something. So there's got to be a way to use that to get back to the janitor's office. So let's see if we can find that. We have something over here. That blue lift would prove to be rather useful. And to get up higher. Okay. It's this door. So this door won't open. Alright, if this door won't open, then maintenance NEC converters are where we're supposed to go. I don't know where that is, but I suspect it's back this way. Although that feels a little weird. Like, why are we going backwards and up this path in particular? That seems wrong. Every other place has spun around in circles. Yeah, this does not feel right at all. And I know there's a shortcut to the top left section. But that doesn't make sense either. Okay, we got some more abilities we can try and use. Seems like I'll need more energy the more I go. And do more launch damage in general. Because we are using a lot of that. Collect this reward. So we've got a health boost. Maybe we can use that. Alright, melee 5 things, or kill hiss rangers, or insert details instructions. Goodness. Without getting hit, kill enemies in the executive sector using launch. I don't think that's a good one to take, so I'm gonna just accept that one right now. Alright. Do I think this wants me to go here or not? Let's look at those signs. Furnace chamber, power plant. control pumps. I think it wants me to go back this way, which frankly it would make more sense just to fast travel. Power plant, furnace chamber, coolant pumps. What we haven't been seeing up until this point, there's another one of these fire TVs. We haven't seen any instances in which we had to run back through an area with no enemies or anything. So let's see if we can find the guy, the main character that we talked to, and see if he can give us some direction. Energy converters are this way. Alright. Central maintenance. Okay, so central maintenance. It must be... Ah, there's just a second door over here. Okay. It's a little weird. We could use some falling action at this point.
We need to hurry.
It feels like an hour since we started doing this level. Is it really necessary to have a fast travel point here? It seems like they're putting fast travel points just at the beginning of sections, and when they probably would be better if they were at the end of sections.
It's fried up. You need to fix it before the old Vic pants inside the plant has a shit.
So if that's the main story, what's over here? Another thing that... Do these hurt me? Yeah, they do. Alright, alright. So we're gonna have to figure out a way to transfer through these kind of sections. At some point in the future, we'll get some kind of ability to do that. Meanwhile, all I can do is the main story section. Yeah, the hard titles every time we get to another area. It's a cool effect, but frankly, I think for what it does, it's not as impactful as I think the creators of the game would have thought it would have been. That being said, it also isn't particularly hard to make a hard title pop up on the screen. It's a little surprising more games don't do it, other than it gives a different feel of the game. It gives you this idea or this feeling that you're watching a Walking Dead episode instead of playing a video game. Yeah, I can't help but feel like this game forgoes some fun just to feel like TV. Or like a movie. And even in movies, a hard title is for more of a artiste movie creator, not a standard Marvel superhero movie type maker, just what you would expect from most movies. I want to say the phrase avant-garde, but I am not sure I understand the phrase avant-garde enough to accurately use it. Here's a place where theoretically I would save, but if I die, I don't know if that means I'd reload here. Another shelter. See, now if I just walk out of the shelter, it does save a couple seconds after that. It puts a little bit of a delay on it, which I guess stops it from accidentally saving over and over again. That's one. Of course, I have to be careful to not get overly focused on. Yeah, I don't know about a lot of the effects that happen after the first hit. Like, you'll see it, you have this pearlescent fog that appears after the people. It's different, to say the least, and that's slightly interesting, but I feel like maybe it pushes video cards a little bit harder than it needs to, particularly when you're considering it's really not adding a lot to the table as far as the enemies. I almost wonder if this is a attempt to hide blood, but then the hiss is like constantly red, so things are going to look bloody regardless, and there are streaks of blood still showing up, but I guess perhaps depending on what edit you might play, if you're in a more restrictive country. Yeah, one toss of a weapon does considerably more damage than my gun can do now.
Won't blow up. Let's go lift the lockdown.
Alright. And so we just learned also that we will sometimes be able to jump fences, which is not something a game really wants to teach you, because now anytime I see a fence, I'm gonna have to look at the top of it and see if it's one that could be skipped or jumped. I just guess I want to look at the map and see if there's anything here. Where are we? We are in the NEC energy converters, and we're gonna go to some other areas, it looks like. Yeah, I think that's where we're going, is going in circles. Our electricity and water levels seem to be good. We're kind of back to the brutalist architecture stuff, but not quite there. It looks like a computer console's controlling a lot. Now the irony here is if I die right now, I'll have messed up my win streak of kills. Yeah, the shield's kind of useless because I can't actually fight anything while using it. Like, I can't pull out the gun. I have like one more I need to kill. So if I manage to somehow die before I can kill one more enemy, that's gonna be the nightmare scenario. And there's really no saves going on for this. There's a sector elevator. I don't even feel like this environment is too different looking. I guess it's maybe a little bit different. The problem there is they've got it so dark that until you turn the light on.
Forces contain a lockdown. Could only be lifted by a directorial override.
This is what we came here to do.
So this feels like we're about to do something that has unintended consequences, if I was to guess. I don't know why you'd put all this stuff here so you can just knock it all over like that. And I bet if I fast traveled away from this area and then fast traveled back, it would all be set right back upright. So we're in the control room. There's definitely sections of this floor that either we're not going to get to right now and then we're coming back to this section, or we're going to release some kind of monster and then have to deal with it. The directorial override is the gun itself.
That's it. The other sector should be open now. I think it's time I told Emily why I'm here. I'll risk it. You two should get to know each other.
And then this force we see. So, speak with Emily in the central executive. Like, there's no way I want to go with that. Let's see, kill his guards, we can collect that. Like, there's no way I want to have to fight my way all the way to that. So, let's see. Launch tactics. Without getting hit, kill enemies in the executive sector using launch. I don't know if I could do that without getting hit. Kill hiss charged. I don't know if I've been fighting any hiss charged, but I'll take that. Yeah, I really don't want to go. Let's see, all the way back. So let's just fast travel to the central executive area. See, the loads are alright, but not great. Again, when the load stops, the animation stops, which seems crazy. Yeah, and I think to wrap up this episode, we'll just talk to Emily.
Jesse, you made it, and you lifted the internal lockdown.
Let's talk, Emily.
Yes, of course.
It doesn't feel like there's anything different really here. Although it seems like we are getting more and more paperwork brought into the boardroom to the point where I feel like eventually you'll have a person at each of the board spots and you'll be the real director. Let's see, what do I want to look at here first? We have a damage boost of 15% instead of reloading. A reload efficiency or accuracy. No, an accuracy increase. And we have a shatter 3 projectiles, which tells me then we could get rid of this. We don't have spin yet. Personal mods, we have evade energy is 8% or 9%, so we'll get rid of the 8%. Evade energy cost is 11% versus 9%, so we'll get rid of the 9%. Energy recovery speed at 10. Energy plus 5%, so we can get rid of one of these. And then health 16% minus 16%, so alright, get rid of those. Doesn't seem like you have an infinite amount of storage. Missions are going kind of slowly, and it's hard to tell if we are really approaching halfway through the game or if we are only actually a quarter through the game. I've got more of these, so pause now if you want to read those, or pause now. That's a Hiss Trooper. Let's see what the Hiss Charge looks like. Okay, I guess this is slightly helpful so that you could check your notes and figure out what kind of enemies are which. That being said, the fact that it's not a actual picture of the enemies and just this drawing makes it a little bit difficult. See, what else do we have? Did we get anything else new? This is new. And that's it for that. Then we've got more correspondence. The way the scroll works is weird because you can't really see if it's new or not unless it's the exact next thing, because it always puts one below whatever you're highlighting. This is new. Pause now if you want to read. Pause now if you want to read that. Yep. It's just way too much text. This happens in a lot of games, certainly, and it is a personal preference thing, but I'm seeing a lot of stuff here. A lot of multimedia elements that aren't video game. Like, a lot of non-video game stuff when you look at all of this are not the parts of video games that I'm interested in. This isn't a Skyrim book element, and even in the Skyrim books are not things I ever read, but it's worse than that. So I'm mostly
Emily,
gonna just try to see this main conversation.
Screw it. Just tell her.
I don't know if we have
I haven't been completely honest.
I
have a younger brother.
any more questions.
Dylan. When we were kids, we found an old slide projector in Ordinary's landfill. The slides created doorways to other places.
Ordinary, a terrible name to pick.
Bad things happened.
It's like an Erie, Indiana type name for kids.
That's all she gets. The rest stays locked inside.
But we found help. Through one of the doorways, we met something. A being.
A being? What kind of being?
It's hard to describe, but she helped us. We managed to turn the projector off. The bad things that came through the doorways were gone.
I don't know how you can assign a
After
gender
that,
to a crazy,
tried to grab us.
crazy
I ran
spinning
away.
energy.
They got Dylan.
I left him behind.
Bureau agents took your brother?
Yes. You covered it up. No one believed me. I just want to find Dylan.
What does that mean when nobody
looking for him
believed
ever
her? Did they say she never had a brother?
What happened to the slide projector?
Or did they
It sounds like
say
another
that
object
he
of
ran
power.
away of his
I
own
thought you
accord?
took it. The Bureau. Along with Dylan.
I've never heard of it. But around here, I assume everything's classified. You know, I looked into the ordinary AWE case files after you mentioned it. Trench and Darling were both involved. A large area of the containment sector was reserved for it. The case hasn't been active for a long time. I have no idea if anything's still there. Can you tell me more about this being you found?
You
Let's
can
hope
kind
you
of
two
look
get
in her
along.
blue eyes.
She's been with me ever since Ordinary. In my head. She led me to you. I call her Polaris.
I guess
As in a
you
guiding
could
star.
ask her if she's
Did
she
Polaris
in.
know about the hiss? If she got you in here,
She
in
would have
spite of the
then
lockdown,
been able to
she's very
identify
powerful,
it.
which may help explain your test results.
When did they do
Your
tests?
readings are incredible, Jesse.
There's no
In
fade
cross-referencing
out.
them with the database, I found 2 matches in Darling's old
There's no
classified
blood
files.
drawn.
Unfortunately, I can't access them beyond the file codes. But one was P6, referring to a prime candidate for a potential future bureau director. This was logged years ago.
Dylan. Is that Dylan?
The other match is on something called Hedron, which must be connected to these Hedron resonance amplifiers somehow. All I know is that Marshall went to the research sector to secure the HRA production after the Hiss first attacked.
So, Marshall seems like our best lead on Dylan.
I need to go after her. How can I get to the research sector?
Use my keycard. The
We,
sector
we
elevator will
really
take you there.
don't need this internal dialogue. It just makes the story either
Marshall
seem
is the next step.
really complicated or
What
overly
Emily told me
complicated, or
about
it makes
Ordinary, my powers
makes
being
it seem like
connected
the
to
game
things in the
thinks
Bureau's
that
past.
everybody's an idiot.
I am so close to something. Do you feel it? Something's coming.
We take turns to come for a visit. I helped you. You owe me now. And when time comes, I will come calling.
End of episode. Maybe they were thinking about doing an episodic game here, and Telltale's collapse caused them to change their minds on that one. I could understand what would have happened then. So in that conversation, we're given a launch energy cost item, and we now have, let's see, why is this? It says 1946. That's not the time or anything. It's like I have 20 minutes to go do this. So find Marshall, and then this other tracking part might play a role too. And we just get another hotline video. And I assume what we would do is we would want to either fast travel back to the maintenance room or just use the elevator to another area. Does she have any new conversation?
Hi, Jesse.
These all seem like new lines of dialogue. So let's go through it.
I keep finding traces of Darling, but still can't find him. Where could he be?
He's usually in his office in research or one of his labs. Dr. Darling has quite a few all around the Bureau. Could be hiding in any one of them. I check myself, but I don't have access to most of them.
Sounds like I touched a nerve.
He didn't let you into his labs?
Not all of them, no. Some had volatile material. It's ridiculous. I mean, this whole place is volatile material. Could have at least thought up a more convincing lie. I mean, how can I work without access to all the data possible?
I'm wondering if level 4 clearance is the maximum clearance, or if we'll see a level 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe even 10. I imagine 4 is the end.
This place has a bad habit of moving around, huh?
So you notice the building shifts. Did you know that 39% of Bureau accidents are caused by the shifts? It's true. I ran the numbers myself.
So they're dangerous.
Oh, very. At one time, a shark got shifted into a meeting room along with over 2,000 gallons of water. It was a tiger shark. Darling's pet research project. I forget what he was researching.
How do people work here?
Like, seriously, do we need this internal dialogue? It's terrible. Just either write the line of dialogue so she says it out loud, or don't write the line.
You said you're an assistant?
Oh, it's just a title. I'm a scientist, a researcher. I work for Dr. Darling. See, when Bureau agents go out in the field, the sites of altered world events, we study the materials, the altered items they bring back. It's always something we've never seen before, and studying them requires new instruments, methodologies, sometimes entirely new fields of science.
Emily really loves her job.
See, there's no guidebook for what we do here. Everything that happens at the Bureau, including the science, is without precedent.
I wish it wasn't just doing like lore dumps right now. Like, it would have been so much nicer to have each one of these 5 conversations happen over radio as you're playing the game, just at different points. It's so odd that there's this firm separation between the gameplay elements, which is, let's face it, generic shooting that's not as good as BioShock was, even though it's kind of trying to do what BioShock did. And then you have story things that is kind of like a Telltale experience if you didn't have any dialogue choices, which makes it a lesser Telltale experience. And so then it's more just like a movie, which is, it's not a good movie per se. It's more like a TV show. But even at that, the story is kind of cheesy.
What exactly is the Ocean View Motel?
That's a bigger question than you might think. You see, I have extreme doubts that the motel is a single place. I mean, look at all the doors inside it. Where do they all go? We know that one door leads to the oldest house, but how come we can only ever open that one door? Maybe to open a door, you have to have entered through it. So if every door leads to a different dimension, plane, reality, whatever you want to call it, then I believe that the motel is firm proof that parallel universes exist.
Does Darling agree with
Wouldn't
that?
you have to assume
I
that's
haven't
true?
told him yet. I'm waiting until I can prove it.
Considering how they just talk like that's true regardless, with the board being extra dimensional entities.
What can you tell me about control points?
They're nexus points of the oldest house's unique energies. Now, I wrote a 30-page proposal hypothesizing that we could siphon energy directly from them. Darling didn't even get through the first page before he turned it down.
Right.
The more...
Has anyone ever used them to teleport around?
What? No. What, I mean, you mean physically? No, not that I've ever heard of. Why?
Because that's how they work for me.
What? Really? Oh my god. More tests.
Let's hold off on the tests until later, okay?
Okay. It's just... wow. I mean, this blows my control point theories right out of the water. I love it.
Yeah. I really don't even have much to say
Be
here.
careful out there.
Just like dull as dishwater. Dialogue. Yeah, well, was it really worth it to come to the boardroom and talk to her? Not really. The game forced me to. I find it weird that you can only change your outfit also in this one location. And that seems to be the only place you can do it. Alright, more health for 3, or more energy for 3, and melee for 10, or more damage for 2. Launch 4. Additional personal mod available. I suppose going down this ability is not really where I would want to go next. Shield strength plus 10. I kind of have to do this, don't I? I have to put in a point to shield and then try to put in more points so that I can see what this is. Because if this allows me to hold the gun while shooting, then it's useful. But if it doesn't, then it's really not. At this rate, unless we're halfway through the game, I feel like I'm going to get all of these upgrades. For, I don't know what that's really worth, though. I feel like there's also probably only 4 guns in the whole game, and so if we have built 2 of them, we're probably not going to run into any more.
I saw Trench and Darling arguing a couple weeks ago. Trench was furious. You don't think Darling...
Don't be stupid. What would the Bureau's golden child have to gain from killing the boss?
So let's see if we can take the sector elevator to the next area and see it before we wrap up this recording. We'll go a little long. Research sector is now where we, I guess, are going. Because I don't really see a reason why we'd want to go to the maintenance sector or the containment sector. Research, yeah. That's where we're going. It's a little exhausting playing a game like this and just kind of doing the same thing over and over again. It really doesn't have that game loop like Borderlands 1, for example, where you could play for 60 hours. So, yeah, we're going to a new area that is back to the brutalist architecture style for the most part. But it seems like they might try to do it a little bit different. Let's see. And when we upgraded things, we had the new personal mods, so we could increase our health or reduce the launch energy cost. Let's see, launch energy costs by 12%. So we'll equip that. See how that works. Well, that's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Okay, as for the live stream, I'm tired at this point after going for about 4 or 5 hours. I might stream some more later tonight, so make sure you're subscribed and you have notifications turned on. I might not. I'm not making any promises whatsoever. If anybody did watch this live and they chatted, I was not looking at the live chat. Sorry. So leave a comment if you really want me to see that comment. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.